Hello, everybody, and
Hi,
welcome,
guys.
welcome to another episode of Galavants through Rashiva with the most
Or maybe as it
creative
should be
title.
called, Galavants Through We're Late.
An hour
That
late,
should
yeah.
be our new title.
Uh, yeah. So yeah, welcome back. Glad to be here again and all that. Uh, quick note, with the whole new OGL thing coming out, that may or may not affect how we do these streams going forward. Uh, Nothing set in stone just yet, but just yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna have to ask how bad that is because I actually am not current with any information. So
Yeah. Essentially,
It's
Wizards of
bad.
the
that's a conversation for after D&D. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna dilly dally on it right now. But
All we'll say about it now, from what I've seen of it, it's still bad.
Yeah,
yeah,
they're
I
clearly
assumed it was
fucking
still
over
bad. But
creators.
I want details, man. Details.
Give me them stinky deets. Spill that tea. But again, conversation for another time.
Yeah, we
We
are
have
already way late.
distracted one another far too much, as it is.
Mm.
Also, chat, blame Chuck. It's all Chuck's fault.
uh, now,
I think it is indeed time for us to begin.
yeah.
We come to a moment where a great deal of realizations have been made. Mara has discovered that perhaps pasts of everyone here have been more intertwined than they thought. The very same leader of a bandit group, whom simply has been titled by the party as the Vipers, were the same that attacked her village, that also assassinated the council of this elven city, and have left elvenkind without any leadership other than that of the tyrannical head advisor, whom has been leading an iron reign with a puppet king and queen to do his every beck and call, and the servants of this kingdom too fearful to rebel against him. Now, you guys, would you say you went to take some time to process this, or you want to just pick up straight back into the council room?
I'm personally good with picking up straight up in the council room again, if we want, because I think right after leaving the council room, anyways, Val's gonna just go and set Glory up in the in a lab, more or less, in the palace.
All right, then that is where we pick up. You've just found this out. Mara and Val, Barrick and Gideon. Mara still perhaps in shock from the realization that there is so much interconnectivity.
Not so much
ghost
shock as it
of-
is just, whoa.
It's a small world after all. And so on.
Yeah.
The wizard is still there, whom I believe you asked to provide a means to speak with the ghosts, so he's still sitting there.
Yeah, he. I don't think, unless anyone has more questions for, Lord Varro, or no, Val would still refer to him as Lord Varro. Even in a ghostly state, he would still be referred to it.
If I know correctly, where last time we were at, it was essentially we stopped after Val had the spirit dismissed. after promising him something. I think it was to take his pendant or something to his family.
Yeah,
Ah, yes, indeed.
yeah. Val promised him to take the brooch he wore as a wedding anniversary gift from his wife back to her. So Val also has to, before going to probably Lord Fondalin's house, Lord and Lady Fondalin's house, he's going to stop at Lady Varro's houses to drop that off and speak Lord Varro's last wishes to her. But that's at a later point. That's not right this second.
Neither here nor there, just
Yeah.
yet.
But yeah, if the spirit has been dismissed, then we, I don't believe, need to be here any longer. I think we've gotten all of the most useful information that we're going to get from this room, as of now.
Well, go ahead and roleplay this out. Let's
Yeah.
make sure you guys actually get into character here.
Yeah. I'm sorry, did we agree that Lord Varro was still here, or was he dismissed?
Just
Dismissed. That's where
okay.
he left.
Okay, so it's just all living members now, which
Yeah.
the wizard I am considered living member until proven otherwise. You can't. Nope, not gonna rant.
He did mostly living, vampire over there.
I'm not gonna get into the semantics of that. that is too much for Val to process right now that he could not care.
Living members with an asterisk.
There is an asterisk there for sure. There is no ghostly entities among us right now. Is better. So with that, I think Lord Varro has given us all the most useful information that we're going to obtain from here. I can't think of anything at this point in time that would be more useful than this, and wouldn't possibly provide us more of a hindrance. What do the rest of you think?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing would just be making sure that, the information we found out here also gets relayed to the appropriate, head people. Like
I
the head,
will let
Harvard.
the captain of the guard and the head priestess be known. I wish I remembered their fucking names. I have them down here. There we go. I will relate it to the captain of the guard, Garrison, and to head priestess, Zayla, when we leave here. I'll call for a summons for them real quick, since currently they are actually the acting officiate right now, given the situations, as they are the highest ranking court members currently.
Alright, yeah, because it's definitely something that we should make sure we keep them in the loop about.
Mm-hmm. I've been keeping them in the loop about everything that they need to know.
That's good.
Obviously not everything, but at least anything that concerns with things going on directly related to them. As hiding any of this from them would just... we might as well be taking our own weapons and stabbing ourselves in the foot with it. Because that's more or less what we would be doing. I want to get Gloria set up with a lab here so that she can get to doing whatever she wants and needs to do. After that, we'll head... I need to at least head to Lady Varro's place. to fulfill Lord Varro's last wishes. But that shouldn't take too much time. And I believe Lady and Lord Varro's mansion is on the way to Lord and Lady Fundalin's residence.
I
As
think go ahead.
I was just going to mention that I believe that they still live in the same district, unless Varro or Fundalin have moved since my last remembrance.
Um,
oh, go ahead.
we know that this whole getting the houses to go against the called foreman. They're called the evil ones are called
Perry.
Perry. We know
Yeah.
for a fact that once we start doing that, it will take a while, right? It will take up. As for that, that will be the most important thing.
Yeah.
I think we need to. We sort of left a lot of messes that we should probably sec up on. Like, I'm not sure if we'll have any time to sec up on stuff like the crystal, the bandit camp, stuff like that. The mermaids, whatever. We need to sec for the crystals. We got the bandit map.
What if this, Gideon? Let me at least get the ball rolling here, because this is not something that's going to be done in a short amount of time. This is at minimum a year's probably worth of work, maybe longer. It may be shorter if we get really lucky, but I don't want to rely on luck to get us through this. But I need to get this ball started.
I know. I'm just saying we need to at least make sure there's nothing that can come back and bite us later. The last thing we need to do is suddenly remember halfway through, oh shit, what's happening with the gems?
I agree. I still want to also go back to the facility as well.
Yeah, the Striggles had a gem, didn't he? We left one of them with Striggles.
I'm honest, I cannot recall that at all. So if you guys did it without my knowledge, then possibly, but maybe I just do not remember. As I've been quite stressed recently.
Yeah, that's fair. Barrick, you're the smart one. You're the smartest one. You want me to leave some of those cubes and stabs with you? We should probably figure out what those are meant for.
Yeah, I could get working on them in the meantime.
All right, tell me when you want to get a hold of them.
Yep, will do. I'll probably be at the very least like after we get the ball rolling here.
All right, Mara, we should we should see the mermaids, right?
The what?
Remember the mermaids?
No.
You don't remember the mermaids that in the water in the lake? Where you got
No.
the cool sword?
No.
You don't?
No.
Huh.
Gideon.
Okay, Val, do you want to see them or Bear?
I would like to roll an insight check on Mara right now.
Go for it.
I was actually just setting up my dice to be slightly out of my way. Where did insight go? There it is. A 16 on insight.
Okay, Mara. You're, what does that tell Val exactly?
Mara is being 100% real.
Okay. Not gonna lie, Val was sus as fuck of that.
Okay, Val, I think maybe me and Barrick, or whatever, we should, because the mermaid stuff is near where we cleared out the bandit camp. and I didn't really check it more thoroughly. But if they have a gem from this kingdom, we should probably see if they have anything more. So I remember this weird lab that had a lot of stuff going on.
Why don't you? How about this? Why don't you and Barrick head back to my room, and write down all of the things that have piled up on us since getting here. Not including the stuff that we've already discussed that we're going to handle here. And why don't you guys go make a list of importance out of that? I'll get Gloria set up with a lab here, as well as informing Hounds and Zelith with Zelith? Zelith. I'm gonna pronounce wrong now for all. And go inform Hounds and Zelith of what the situation is, as
Right.
well.
And then how about the the wizard here?
Right. My apologies. I'm incredibly wrapped up right now. Would you like to stay here? I can have a guest room prepared.
Real quick, you're speaking to Mr. Dugnip, correct?
Yes.
Oh, what? Who? Me?
Yes.
No. This is already not precisely where I would like to be if I can help it.
Oh, that's right.
But
You did mention that. My apologies.
you know, but I just it's I appreciate it, but it would just be my preference.
Yeah, no, completely understandable. We have the staff if we ever really need to get back to you. Actually, do we know the state of the changeling right now at all?
Asking me or the rest of your party here?
Asking the rest of the party here. I know what the DM's gonna fucking tell me.
Well, I know the captain of the guard should have at least some idea, because I did ask him if he could, like, at least have a guard that he found, somebody that he was trusted to keep an eye on the
Right.
changeling. But it wouldn't hurt to check in on the changeling.
Yeah, I'll add that to my list of shit to do.
Val, forever become errand boy.
That's an understatement.
I think at the very least for the changeling, I should probably be there as well, just to
Yeah, at the
save.
bare minimum, I don't think he or they want to see me right now still.
Yeah, that's like at the very least, kind of having me serve as kind of like the intermediary between the two of you.
I just need to know what I'm going to do with them as of right now.
Yeah.
I have a hard time trusting them given the circumstances under which I found them, but also after hearing what they said,
And how they came about to be here.
Well, I already mentioned how they came about to be here
Yeah.
was not ideal. But I want to believe that they're not a bad person. But I have to make sure I can clear all of my doubts before I can truly say that out loud. And truly admit it. That being said, I also do not want to keep them here if they do not wish to be here either. And I need to honestly inform them of that once my suspicions of them being involved any further with that madman are cleared. Other than that, that's my only real concern with them. Once that's done, they're more than willing to do as they please. Go back to living the life they desired. If they want a reward for the inconvenience, I'll try to muster something up. To right the wrongs that I have done to them. That being said, I don't think there's much more to do. Mara, you're more than welcome to join me in running around casting errands and fulfilling errands right now until we go to leave for Lord Varro's or Lady Varro's place.
All right.
Or you can go and hang out with Gideon and Varric. Either is fine.
I'll go with you.
Okay. I will see you guys once I have fulfilled my deeds. I will probably actually be there sooner than you think, since I will need Varric at the bare minimum for the changeling.
Alright.
So, that sound good to everybody?
That's fine with me.
So Gideon, head back to my room, use whatever quill, ink, and parchment that I have there, and make a list of all the important things that need to be sorted out. Also, be sure to rank them so we know how to tackle each one in priority first. And with that, Val will leave.
Okay. I do like how splitting the party has become rapidly the way that you guys handle so many things in this
I'm
world.
so
Right?
sorry, Lana. I am so sorry. It is exactly how Val would do that, though. I am so sorry. I apologize as a player.
I'm more amused by it than anything else.
Also, it's like considering the memes surrounding, splitting the party.
I know.
It's a beautiful thing. I am amused by it more than anything else.
Alright, Barrick, let's go.
Alright.
Alright, now which duo wants to go first? Real quick for my sake, Barrick and Gideon, what is your goals? Actually, let's just state it up front. What are the goals of both teams? Just state as clearly as possible.
Barrick and Gideon are going to Val's room to write down all the side quests they have compiled and rank them by most important.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice and simple.
Yeah. Then if there's still, like a bit of time between when, we quote unquote finish that and by the time that, the other half gets back to, be like, hey, we need Barrick, Barrick would probably ask Gideon if he could at least start looking at those cubes.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You'd mentioned the cubes.
Yeah, and remember there's a secret library that we were supposed to tackle at some
God
point.
fucking damn it! I forgot about the secret fucking library. God.
Yeah,
Well,
Fuck.
the library and just in general, the former head advisor's office.
I think it's one and the same if I remember right.
it's the same. The secret library is his office or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Mara and Val were just doing errands. Talk to the
Yeah.
captains or whatever.
So, Mara and Val. Actually, hold on. Before I say anything, let me finish writing my note because I will stop mid sentence and be like, the fuck I was gonna write. And there. Now we're done. Okay. So, Val and Mara are going to. Honestly, it chucks up to just meeting up with the head guard and the head priestess. Because as Val stated earlier, they are currently the only people who are even capable of like semi running this country right now, because they're the highest ranking officials. with the council gone, his parents more or less dead. They're the highest ranking officials right now. So it's more or less Val and Mara going and meeting up with them to relay the information they got from Lord Valo or Lord Vero. The state of which the council is at, which I think they technically already know, but if for some reason they don't, we're gonna relay that. And getting Gloria set up with a lab.
I mean, that we don't necessarily have to roleplay out. That we can just kind of say that happens, unless you would like to have it occur.
It was going to be just more or less mentioned in passing of Val telling them, hey, can we get Gloria with the lab set up? Is it a yes? Is it a no? Cool. And then probably move on. And then the last thing that would be taken care of in that list would be the state of the changeling.
Okay.
Which is where we'll meet back up with the rest of the party. Probably. At least Barrick.
Yeah.
Joy of joys. Fun, fun, fun. Well, then if you are all ready, you guys can either rock, paper, scissors it, or just kind of decide who wants to go first.
I vote Barrick and Gideon go first.
Sounds reasonable to me.
Just
I have
fuck-
no regrets throwing you guys under the bus. Bye!
Okay. Well, that's just down to you guys to roleplay it, because I don't think there's anything I need to do here.
Alright, so
Ooh, I am the Val conscience on your shoulder. Don't do anything stupid.
Burn down a city.
Mara, get out of here!
it's like you have the bookworm with the
With the paladin, who's also a vampire.
Who also flooded an entire plane.
Who also has
Yeah.
a greater succubus girlfriend who will probably destroy this entire country if we let her. If we ever so much as hurt a hair on his head.
Yep.
Good
Oh
luck.
yeah, she'd kill a country.
Alright. So obviously we get back to Val's room and then be like, alright. Here's some paper and pen. Here's like a paper and writing utensils. Gideon was it? Let's see what all there was like in terms of importance. I know there was, further finding out further details about the facility.
I can just say what all
Yeah.
we have of importance. And we
'cause
can decide which is most pressing, which is least important.
Yeah, because I think from what I recall, some of that stuff was prior to me joining, so, or at least a good
Right.
chunk of it was, so.
There's also the fact that some of the stuff is sort of out of the way.
Yeah.
Like, some of the stuff is just in like one area, and some we can just do here, or more or less.
We do, yeah, that is true. We do have that staff that, Mara could use, but
Right.
however, we do have limited uses of it.
Okay, so for stuff we can do right at this kingdom, we can check out the bandit camps nearby, the Timberwolves bandits, and see if they have any information or anything that can point towards the Vipers. We can also test out the cubes and salves, see what they're made for, and also check out the secret library. Those are like the three things we can do in this location.
Alright, let's. Near the Elven City, that. Check the nearby Timberwolf. Timber.
Yeah, if you guys could put that in the notes for lazy tieflings as well, that would be appreciated.
No, I already did that. All the side quest stuff is already in there. That's not ranked by most
Hey,
people.
all right, cool.
Yeah, we have like a rough list of most of it. It's just.
So, hey, Lana, important question.
Go for it.
Is Kitty the plant lady at the, like, Bandit City place? Or was she
No,
specifically at, like,
shopkeeper.
huh?
She's a shopkeep.
Okay, but was she at the Bandit place?
She's sort of at wherever it's most convenient to sell her goods.
Alright. Very correctly, Sleepy, what was the place closest to the Crystal? That Crystal was also Bandit place. No, wait. I'm trying to think. What was the place close? What was the facility closest to? What city?
I believe you are looking for the village of Ironbrooks.
That's the Sleepy place, right? We had the Crystal. We got the
Are you
Crystal at the
speaking
Bandit
about
camp.
the place that was having trouble with people falling asleep unexpectedly and not
Yeah.
awakening?
Yeah.
No, that is not Ironbrooks.
What did we do at Ironbrooks then?
That was your first quest, actually.
Okay, so I'm confused then. So we got the Crystal. We got the Crystal at the Bandit camp.
Mhm.
We moved over to Sleepy Town. We got Val. He realized the Crystal, and then we went back to Bandit camp because it's the closest to the facility.
There was a crystal that he got from Kitty's. I don't know about this
Yeah.
crystal that you picked up beforehand.
I thought we specifically showed Val the Crystal we got too.
So the one that you got from Kitty is the functional one. The one that which you received from the bandit camp was the cracked and damaged one, because you had received it off of its original holder.
Yep.
And we gave Kitty one. I think it was the crack one for her to repair and see the text on. Or did we give that one to Swiggles for repair?
No, I think
So we-
we gave it to. I think there was talk about giving it to Kitty to identify, and then we had the other one. As a party.
Did we give the repaired one to Swiggles? I thought so. We're supposed to return to the facility for something about Swiggles. Maybe it was for it because one of the crystals was like a living thing, like it had like a soul or whatever in it. Did we get to Swiggles to check out what that was about?
I think we did.
Yeah, and we gave the track one to Kitty, the plant woman. Okay. Back in character, I guess. Gideon would sort of pause. Okay, and here's all the stuff we can do at Bandit Camp, or the Iron Brooks, the place where me and Mara fought off the bandits. We can we can sect that little camp more thoroughly, see what the lab is for, see if they have anything more from Val's kingdom, or anything that ties them more closely, since that's where we got the first crystal from. So they're clearly doing something there interesting. While we're there, we can also dive into the lake to see if the mermaids are safe. Because we had to help them out.
And if I recall correctly, that was that was definitely prior to me showing up because I showed up. I joined you guys like right before
Right.
we've the facility essentially.
Uh, we need to talk to Titty about the crystal we gave her, and go back to the facility not only to check it out more thoroughly, but see what he has to say on the crystal. To her correctly, we gave him the one that was like living,
Yeah.
and arguably the least important thing is probably returning to the sleepy place to see if the mind flayer was killed or whatever. See if they took care of the Feywild. That's more of like a second than anything else.
Gotcha.
I
Yeah.
think that's almost everything, if not everything.
Yeah. Because yeah, that would be a kind of like you could kind of group a few things to get roughly together. Um, if there's a Timberwolf camp nearby, we check those out. Check the ones that you guys checked out earlier. Um, and then see about checking the facility. See how things are going there. Check with the squiggles for the crystal. And while there, I could probably see about finding out more information about the facility in general. And then, as you said, last thing, and then in that area would be kind of like the mermaids. And then,
Right.
yeah, that's good. Good rough plan.
Oh, Barry, I do have a question for you specifically. What, uh, what do you know about hauntings? That's curious.
Hauntings.
Yeah.
I know I've likely read a few things about them. Haven't had too much experience myself because usually, nose stuck in a book. But what are you asking?
No reason.
Yeah, it might take me a moment to recall it because it has been a bit since I read up on some of that stuff.
Right. Do you want one of the cubes it has now?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I could look at one of the cubes now while we
Alright,
wait.
he just sort of pulls out the portable tube or portable hole from a pocket, unfolds it, slaps it onto the wall. Yeah, you know how it goes.
Yeah,
It pulls out one of the tubes.
I'll reach over and pick it up from Gideon, and then I'm assuming you'll want me to roll some sort of like investigation or like
Yeah, are ya popping the sucker open right this second?
the the cube or
Yeah, are you looking to pop that sucker open right now?
I mean, it'd probably be a moment just to kind of like look at the outside first, kind of get like the rough idea of it before pop like seeing about like if there's checking out the inside workings of it, like what makes things kind of like work on the inside.
Okay. So you're wanting to identify the working parts, is that about
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and make me either investigation or arcana.
A 12.
You're looking at it and nothing seems to really immediately make sense. Like you're looking at it and you're thinking, okay, maybe these things have some kind of correlation. You know, maybe this does something in relation to this, but nothing
Like
is
immediately,
clear.
yeah, like immediately jumps out, and it's likely gonna be one of those things where it's like I'm gonna have to take like obviously some more time, looking at it and kind of poking around at it to really get an idea of, and that's kind of what I'll be doing.
Question. Can I make a check to see what Gideon is aware of haunting wise?
Like what do you mean? Oh, what are you? I guess what are you looking for specifically?
What to do about it? What to avoid? Like to avoid like making the spirit angry or whatnot.
Oh, yeah,
Yes. Go ahead.
What would that be?
We'll call it insight.
Would I have disadvantage because of my exhaustion?
Why are you exhausted?
Oh,
5
never-
days with a
yeah.
succubus.
Yeah, never mind.
yeah, he was
It
exhausted
seemed to be
before
as
that
soon
because
as
of
I
the
asked.
kiss,
well,
and
could
he
I also,
did not take that rest.
yeah, can I roll for like history in terms of like if like recalling any information about like that he's read about hauntings?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
So
because
it's insight for me.
Yes.
yeah, because it's like I'm gonna argue like history or like some sort of like arcana.
Oh, I had a 26, but 13 because exhaustion.
Yeah.
That disadvantage sucks, don't it?
Yep, I didn't need to sleep.
Do you want me to still roll history, or do you want me to roll something like arcana?
Go ahead and roll history, because while spirits do have their magical rootings, they are not strictly magical.
Yeah, and it's definitely one of those things. Like I said, it's like more so like, what does Barrick recall of reading about them? And that'll be an 18.
May I say
Okay.
something, Rana? I don't know if
Sure,
it'll
go for it.
change anything. And obviously stop me if you don't think it would be viable. With having spent 5 days here, I would imagine Val would have mentioned to Barrick that he has access to any resources that are not only in his room but as well as in the palace library.
Oh.
So, Barrick, you have one of those resources because Val gave you that permission.
Oh, he would have definitely been taking full advantage of it during like those 5 days of like looking up stuff, and then
All right, I'll let you roll again then.
Yeah, because we
another
spent
history.
because Barrick and Val
Yeah.
spent 5 days doing research.
Yeah. And that'd be another history one, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Let's see if I can get better. Can I still take the 18?
Yes, you can still take that 18. You don't have to take the new roll.
Yeah.
Especially if it was a crap roll.
Yeah. But yes, how much does Barrick retain about hauntings?
You have read before of persons not just like being haunted, but of people acquiring hauntings through supernatural means. You have heard of them arriving seemingly out of there being no previously existing spirit. One case you read of was of a scholar whom was haunted by every previous apprentice which he had held any influence over. This was considered strange that he now knew all of this about all these previous apprentices, that he knew so much intimate knowledge that, otherwise shouldn't have been at his disposal, right?
Yeah.
This was considered very strange, and you're aware that it came from an interaction with an object. It came from him functionally acquiring the haunting.
So essentially touching something that they shouldn't have.
It could be understood as such in a very simplified form.
Yeah. But it's like at the very least, it's like they touched something, and as a result of that, they got haunted by all their past apprentices. So it's
Mm-hmm.
definitely within the realm of possibility that, like, hey, especially with the case of the decks, it could cause
Mm-hmm.
for a haunting or at least of sorts.
Definitely so.
What does Gideon know from his role, if anything?
Your roll was quite low, right? It was only
It was 13.
yeah. So like I said, you've maybe read something, but nothing really comes to mind. I mean, you know that hauntings exist. You know that spirits exist.
Alright.
You've like maybe seen one prior to your current experience.
Alright. So does Barrick tell Gideon about this?
Well, I was muted for a moment. While I was probably poking around and kind of like getting a rough idea of like that cube. It's just like like thinking back, thinking. Hey Gideon, thinking about it with what you asked about the hauntings. From what I do recall reading, things can happen. Where like some people are like just haunted through situations. Um, like just a like natural closing course. And then I've also heard and read of a few cases where like a person, they had no prior interactions with ghosts and such, and then they suddenly became haunted. um I do recall one case of there being like a scholar of sorts who got haunted by their previous, like all of their previous apprentices that they had any sort of influence over. And that was because they I don't know the exact details. Something I read about, heard about it, don't recall if the exact details of that were given, but it's like they got haunted. The scholar had no prior hauntings, like was not haunted prior, but they became haunted after they touched something, like they touched something or something happened, like like likely some sort of object, and then as a result of the interaction of them touching said thing, they became haunted. And like,
Gideon is
yeah.
very clearly. It's like he was paying attention for a moment, and then he suddenly has his attention focused on something else. Like, so you see his face go a bit pale, and then this sort of nod. Okay, okay. Barrett, what do you know about making them happy? How would you make a ghost happy? You know, assuming you were haunted.
If I it depends on who it is, because with some it's easy enough to discern what it is that they're wanting and be able to, placate them to be able to, let go and move on. With others, it might take a moment to discern what it is they want or why they are haunting you, like why are they are haunting, a particular person. Um,
That's not helpful. Barrett,
yeah,
that isn't helpful.
I know, but it's always hard to like give a solid answer, because like even with what I've read, it does vary a bit. Like sure there might be some like surefire ways. It's just some of the methods, magic that's like I might
I
not
don't.
have read readily available stuff for, if I even can do that stuff. So
Okay. Can you do some more research then? Uh, you know,
yeah,
I'm just really curious.
yeah, I could look into more of that for you.
Uh, thank you.
Sounds like something's on your mind then if you're asking about that. And
It, it shouldn't trouble you. This only affects me. So,
it only affects you now. However, even from like what time I have spent with the party, something is I could tell that something's going on.
uh,
Are you gonna be all right, Gideon?
I don't know. I don't know. One moment, please.
Yep.
He sort of turns away from Barrick, and when he looks again, it seems he's not directly addressing Barrick. Almost like he's talking to someone else entirely. What do you want? How am I supposed to? Where would I even go? Okay. I don't know. I've just been what I've always been. That's enough for me. But are you saying that's what I'm not?
Now, Barrick, previously you have heard nothing speaking to. He seems to be looking off towards a big fat lot of nothing and speaking at the air. And then you hear, "Are you so sure?"
What?
And then silence. And Gideon, you previously did see something, and now it is gone.
So, Gideon, it does seem like you are. You have a bit of a situation. If what I caught the tail end of it, potentially just heard.
We got a fifth party member who ain't paying up.
Excuse you, don't you mean sixth?
Yes.
I mean, unless you've kicked Gloria out of the party.
Val's
that'd
getting reacclimated to the fact that she's here again.
It's like, unless we want help to pay for, we haven't kicked Gloria out.
Hey, I'm blaming the fact that we just rescued Gloria, so we're getting used to the idea of not. We don't have to go and save her. She's already saved.
Yeah.
She has her freedom back. She has made her decisions.
It's fine, Merrick. Can I ask you something again, please?
Yes.
How do you know? What do you know about remembering things? How do you make someone remember?
Memory-wise, it can take a variety of forms. I know you. Sometimes somebody will say something that kind of like jogs that memory. Other times people comment about like something that also triggers it. Sometimes you see stuff written down. There's a variety of ways that things could ways that people can remember. There's likely also a few like spells or high level magics.
Okay. I think I need to get access to one of those. Apparently there's something I've forgotten that I need to remember, that I need to know.
Yeah, because well, I did see you like kind of turn away and like seemingly talk off to someone. The only thing that I heard was at the very end was, and like what I think I caught was, "Are you so sure you know?"
I don't know. If I knew, I would. Gods. That's. Can you keep this a secret from Val and Mara? I don't want them to be worried.
I will keep this, between this conversation between the two of us for right now. I will say that this is something that you should eventually bring up with them at some point. It's it's not gonna be my place to bring it up, but it's just something to kind of like dwell on. Just be like, hey, guys, I'm kind of in a bit of a spot right now. I'm gonna leave that up to you as to when you tell the others.
What would I even tell them? Because I'm haunted? I'm a fucking ghost.
I mean, to be
If it was
it,
anyone else, any other ghost but her, this would have been fine. But if it was literally any other spirit I was haunted by.
may I ask who it was that you were being haunted by?
That,
If you are willing to share that.
uh, uh, I'm not sure if I really should. I really should tell you about her, but it's. Um. I, well, you keep it a secret. Would you not tell a soul?
I will not willingly tell anyone unless it's something that you are fine with me sharing that information with.
Okay. Okay. Is this area? Is this area secure? No one. No one can overhear us, right?
Should be. And
I mean, the likelihood's pretty high. You guys are in Val's room, so unless
Lana
yeah,
is
that can
Al's
go
room
along
a safe spot.
Is it?
Um, I don't know.
Are you gonna make a roll to check to see if it's safe?
Yeah, because like either you decide that it is of your own volition, or you try and figure it out. I
I'll
can't
try to
just
figure
tell
it out.
you.
I'll try to figure it out.
Okay, well, make me a roll then. Either insight or investigation.
This will be so good with my disadvantage.
Rip.
16. It would have been a 27 otherwise. So not 20 Lamau. Disadvantage sucks.
Yup.
That it does.
So feels pretty safe as far as you can tell.
and I would cast detect magic as well just to see if it is because I still have that prepped. Which is for the duration you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you. If you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic. And I learned at School of Magic, if any. It penetrates most barriers, but it is blocked by a foot of stone, an inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
You see a field of protective magic around all of the walls of the castle. You also see the outline as sort of a partially visible outline of a person hovering just over Gideon's shoulders, arms wrapped around him, but something doesn't seem right, to say the least.
Like you know, in that like haunting kind of way, kind of like that.
Almost like one would imagine a person protectively holding someone, but for the wrong reasons, if that makes sense.
Ghosts.
Okay.
M-
Okay. I'll
magically,
kill him.
yeah. Magically, I will say I'm not picking anything up that would be indicative of somebody wanting to listen in, outside of the magic used to of the cast to protect. I will say, Gideon, I am seeing something
I
with
know.
related. I will have to say something that I am picking up from that. They seem to be hovering around you and have are positioned in such a way where they seem to they have their arms wrapped around you as if protecting you, but in the wrong way of protecting.
Don't say that about her. Don't.
Or at the very least, something seems off about how it is.
Do you want me to tell you or not?
Your choice.
Okay. 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 You just see him sort of lean against the wall, sort of rub his head in that sort of stressed manner. Okay. 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 I'll. Uh, please don't ask too many questions. Okay.
All right.
Her name is Amy, and she was my wife. She was my wife. And then, well, you can guess what happens. Considering she's a ghost and all.
Something happened, and
If
yeah,
something didn't happen, she wouldn't be a ghost.
yeah.
She's the reason why I'm a paladin. She's the reason why I picked up this role. She's why I'm standing here.
And why you're out here looking for that, because if I recall correctly, you've taken that oath of you had taken an oath of redemption.
That's right. Before she, before she died, I wasn't a paladin. Okay. That's enough information, right? That's all you
Yep.
need to know.
Yep. Any further information that you will be something that you choose to share down the line.
I could spend an hour telling you about her, but that's just all you need to know.
Yeah, because I could definitely tell, just from right now with how it's you. This is not a comfortable topic, and I'll just leave this, this topic, leave in this conversation as is for now.
Being haunted by my dead wife. Why would it be comfortable?
Yeah. She's
Okay, we should start going back, right?
yeah.
Okay, whatever. Don't tell a soul.
And I'll look more into what you asked for in terms of um dealing with hauntings and such.
Yeah, I'll see. I'll start working on what she wants from me.
Yeah, because like I said, um, like like I like and this is just from what I've heard, is that it does vary depending on who it is. So
Yeah, yeah, okay. I'll tell Val later. I'm just worried what Mara says. He doesn't really have a filter or anything. Where he'll make a bad joke. So, I don't know. At least I think Val's, well, at least he can hold back.
And like I said, this is something definitely take some time to, get yourself into a position where you've like in a good enough position where you feel comfortable talking about it, and then tell the others.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I do recognize the fact that it will likely take you some time to process everything.
Okay. Let's get going if we have everything written down.
Yep. And the other two.
Oh, joy of joys. Well, that was fun.
Whoa!
That was.
It's like-
Backstory reveal.
Woo! Jazz hands from Gideon.
Trumpet jazz hands.
and it's like very slowly turning into therapist number 2 for the party.
Number 2? Who was number 1?
Val.
Yeah.
Val's the therapist for Mara.
Mara's own personal therapist, Val.
Dun dun dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
And then Barrick has so far been kind of like a therapist slash like that person, that person's like, there, you can cry on my shoulder if you want for the
You're the
changeling, and then now
comfort
Gideon.
character. Barrick's the comfort character of the party.
That
You guys, dude, out of all the things, I was never expecting Gideon to be haunted by his dead wife. I never expected that piece of lore to come back.
And then Lana's
I
just
can't
like,
believe
sup?
Gideon was married.
Oh.
Yep.
You guys keep thinking I'm not going to remember crap.
And then Lana's just like, psych, bitch.
Lana, I gave you direct access to my backstory. I would give you editor's rights if it weren't for the fact that I don't trust myself to not remember that I didn't edit it.
I'm just imagining like the most evil, most monstrous smile drawing on Lana's face as Gideon drew the freaking haunting card or whatever.
Oh.
Oh, you guys have never seen that smile.
Oh my
I'm just
god.
imagining how quickly he switched to Gideon's backstory to see if there's anything he can pull from.
Oh yeah, because I think Fox and I have seen like variants of the smile.
I know we've had to have seen it at least once from LARP.
Yeah.
Just from something at LARP.
Yes.
Can we call a short break to do bio break
Alright.
Yeah,
before we go to part 2?
Alright.
Alright.
yeah, that works for me.
See you guys in about 15 minutes. Ah, hello. We are back. Hi.
Hello.
We took a slightly extended hiatus there because of distractions. Today is a day full of distractions.
I'm also
Indeed.
gonna partly blame Diamond on this for the fact that he didn't tell us to shut up.
Yeah, especially because it's like we got started on like two of us talking about one of our favorite games, video game series, and it's like, you guys, it's like, tell us to shut up because we will go for hours.
12
It's left
years
unchecked.
later. Now, anyways, speaking of Val and Mara, we go to Val and Mara actually working together here. They're on the same team and are off to do errands with the wife of the now past aristocrat who was a friend of dear Val.
Yep.
Yep.
So actually, we're gonna backtrack just slightly, Lana. To actually going and finding the head of the guard and the head priestess of.
Yes, you are correct.
Lady Varro is a little further down the line when we go to leave the palace. Unless she ends up in the palace. If she ends up in the palace, great. Less legwork. Val will not complain. Actually, maybe he would slightly. I think Val would be very much in the mood to burn energy physically. That being said, Mara and I will be heading to the head guard and the head priestess.
Yeah.
I imagine that as Val is walking with Mara, first off, it's probably slightly awkward because he has not been alone with Mara since, well, hell, when he yelled at her and then convinced her to stay. So I imagine he's a bit of an awkward potato right now.
Understandable. Bit of an awkward boy. I get ya.
It's hard for him to be sentimental. He had to kill that part of him in order to survive.
Ooh.
So he's trying to relearn connections and emotions again that aren't get the fuck out of my face and don't be within 6 feet of me. So I imagine Val is just like going through and like listing off stuff, and then once that is done, I imagine they probably still have a little ways to go, and he asks Mara, so how you holding up, Mara?
Oh, well, I'm doing all right.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
You seem better than the last time we talked.
Yeah.
That's good. You know, I'm here to talk if you are. And he stutters and he rubs the back of his neck, kind of looking away from Mara, and you can tell he's like bashful about this because this is really weird for him to like offer this. You know, I'm here to talk if you ever need it, right?
And she sort of looks down and says, yeah, And she pauses for a bit. And she goes, remember back in the arena when those dragons came out?
I try not to, but unfortunately, that is a permanent memory forever brazened into my brain. Sheer dread on his face. He does not want to remember the hybrid dragon.
uh, well, while he was there, after he came out of the, advisor's control, I heard a voice, specifically from the black dragon, the son of Tiamat.
Yeah. What did it tell you?
And she sort of opens her mouth to reply, but the words get stuck in her throat. Oh, nothing. It's probably not important.
Val sighs, and he looks slightly dejected, but it only lasts for a brief second. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. But in my opinion, from what stories and legends I was taught while I was still training to be the Crown Prince, dragons' words should not be taken lightly. They don't say anything without reason. I don't know if that thing technically qualified it as a dragon, but I'm gonna qualify it as a dragon right now.
Well,
but I'm not gonna force you to tell me either. You know my stance on freedom, and you have the freedom to tell me or not. But if you think it's important to tell me, I think you should. But again, that is up to you.
And she sort of just looks to the side, mentally considering it, until eventually he called me granddaughter.
I think Val would just absolutely look flabbergasted, like shocked.
Like, Nani, the fuck did I just hear?
Yeah, like a look of concern, horror going on.
And before then, when we all had those horrifying dreams, I heard his voice.
During her pausing, Val just hugs her. If it's hard to say, then I think you should stop. But you're safe here with me. And us.
Thank you. And she returns the hug.
After a minute of embracing, Val will probably like pat your back and then like let go, semi blushing because he's awkward about this. He's incredibly awkward about this. showing affection? The heck is that?
It's like him.
Yeah.
It's like
Uh.
Val letting his guard down.
Just for a moment, just for Mara right now. Mara needs it.
It's Mara special.
Shut up, voice in the sky.
Like, ooh.
Mm. Okay, I'll shut up now.
Will you? Will you?
No.
No, none of us are gonna shut up after this. So, anyways, going back to roleplay. Val will be like, yeah, we should get going unless you still want to tell me, you know.
I mean that was sort of it, but yeah, let's go.
And kind of just scurries off to locate. He'd probably go to the guardhouse or wherever has been the most convened room for the two of them to meet up at. Since I imagine if they're not in the guardhouse or in the temple, there's another room. So there's only 3 places Val can probably go and check at.
Yeah, you happen to find them both specifically in the small chapel hall that is part of the castle.
Okay, perfect, beautiful. And Val more or less walks in like he owns the place, because he kind of does.
Literally, especially being he is the last bloodline royalty.
Yep.
Presently considered alive.
Yep. Still working on that exile thing. Until then, he's gonna look. Until someone calls him out on it, he's gonna act like he's the head honcho for now, because he's gotta placate the people to, not cause a panic, right? Fake it till you make it, right, guys?
Yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
So upon meeting them, I imagine there's pleasantries mentioned and so on and so forth. And basically Val, after pleasantries, is just gonna get down to business. Basically being like, okay, so Val basically informs both of them of what he did. The whole scenario basically with the wizard gets explained. We used the staff, we went to the wizard, the wizard brought us back, had him temporarily resurrect one of the council members, which council member it was, what that council member told us, and that, yeah, they're definitely all, they're beyond Ash and any funeral rites that their families want to be held are gonna have to be very delicately held, because this was pretty much a predetermined cremation. There's next to nothing left of any council member. So Val explains that entire scenario to them. And more or less, after that entire explanation, is like, any questions?
The head priestess, she kind of looks at you and goes, "What?"
What about what? Because that's not helpful.
You're telling me the whole of the council, as we know it, is completely dead.
Yep. Completely incinerated. I barely managed to get Lord Varro's brooch for his wife. There's There was not even bones.
I see. This is concerning, to
Incredibly
say
so.
the least.
And I agree. Which is why me and my group need to get things settled here. And then we need to go to try and go find this problem. I was hoping to get my exile lifted before then so I could get the council up and running and instated and get you guys prepped and efficiently paid. You guys have done more work than you were ever supposed to have done in your positions. Not that you can't handle them. I'm very fully aware that you guys could handle them, which is why I've been at ease as much as I have been, but it still wasn't your workload to bear. And it's been a hot mess. Excuse the pun.
I mean, I do suppose I see what you're talking about.
We've still not moved. I've only interacted with Lord Varro's body to retrieve his brooch on his behalf, as that was his final wish for me to do that. But we've left every other body there as is. I don't exactly have a problem turning that into closing that room off and essentially sanctioning it as a fuck, I'm drawing a blank for the word.
A memorial?
Kind of a memorial. Crypt is, I think, the closest word. Catacomb? No, too big. Crypt.
Mausoleum?
There it is. Thank you. I have no problems closing off that room and making it a honored mausoleum for the council members, as they are in a state that is considered very difficult to try and move them without some very high tier magic. But that does mean we would have to move the council room to another room or have one made. I don't know what the budget looks like right now to allow for something like that.
We could look at the treasury, I suppose, but
it's also not incredibly high up on the list. We can make do with a smaller room, as we will be having, at least at the start, we will be having a smaller council. My group and I want to go and find suitable council members to replace the current council for various reasons. To first and foremost revoke my my exile, and secondly to have a form of body of government to start running the country again. But as I said, we need to find some problems in House Perry is being an excessive thorn in my side in getting this done. And we have other problems that we need to handle as well that are not here. So my plan is, as of right now, to simply get the ball rolling for hopefully when I can make my return back, I will be able to have the council maybe officially then revoke my exile, and hopefully the country will be able to run in my absence while I'm not here. But I need to find those members first, and I want to pull representatives from every district. And then Val more or less is rattling off the recognized houses, the issues that we have discovered so far, concerning the priest who gave us the paper, didn't give us the paperwork, but allowed us to see the paperwork that they had recorded, but obviously informs them that that paperwork as of right now is null and void, as it can't be used until we can come up with a reason to obtain, more or less warrant those paperwork.
Something which can give them validity.
Yes. But I'm also understanding that this process is not something that is going to take, or is not going to be able to be done within the short amount of time spans that I would like it to be done in, which honestly I would like it to be done in this week if I could get that lucky. But I also understand this is a month to a year process at best. Sorry, several month process to a year at best, if not longer.
This is certainly a precarious situation.
I feel like
I
I'm trying to
suppose-
dance the waltz while jumping through hoops at the same time.
What could I specifically do to help you? If anything you have that's more concrete than answer.
House Perry is the biggest issue right now. They have their hands in too many honeypots, fingers in too many pockets. I need to get their power diminished. Right now, if I hire anybody from the nobility class or merchant class, they're most likely being blackmailed by House Perry to some extent. And if I'm just going to have House Perry running the country, then I might as well hire the house, not the individuals that I desire, that I think will do good for this country.
There is potentially a way you could at least prevent them without it appearing as a direct intervention from you or the crown. You could have it be an investigation by the order shared by your companion Barrick here. It's possible that if you were to have effectively an investigation on their part, it would, I suppose, it would waylay them. That's a word I'm looking for. It could also give them and you a bit more leeway to find more information, or even to just delay for a while more by investigating or something to that effect. I believe an investigation of that kind sent by the Order of Knowledge would be the best outcome.
I will definitely take that under consideration. I'm also going to be making my way to Lord and Lady Van Dalen as well, as that was something that Lord Varro had suggested as when we were speaking to him.
Indeed. I can see what I can do to initiate such, if that is what you would like.
I would greatly appreciate that. I'm also looking for recommendations as well, specifically. Noble houses are not specifically sought after, though I do need some representatives from the nobility. But if there's anyone else you can recommend for council that you can think of, specific individuals, that would also be of great help. And knowing any connections that they have, such as if they are connected to House Perry, to what extent, what is it, and is it's negative or positive, in what context. I understand that I can't cut all of House Perry's tendrils off of everything, but I'd like to at least limit their amount of control. They don't need to be ruling the country. I want the people to have a say in what they want. The crown is just here to guide them and uphold order.
If I were to suggest somebody else whom you could place, although it might make people upset, it would also please others, you could present one of the royalty from the human kingdoms, or even from the Orcish. Any of those would be a viable option, as they'd be somebody outside this current ruling body. It may also draw less suspicion to people that there is a new council being formed, as people will find out.
We could draw them in as ambassadors. Have them take an ambassador position temporarily, but have it secondary be a position of a council member. What about that?
That, I think, presents the option for the least disruption.
Then why don't we send some letters out to them asking for, let's say, 2 ambassadors from each, preferably. Just we'll have it be, it's 2 ambassadors but 1 lead ambassador. Does that make sense?
I do see what you mean.
Other than that, I currently can't think of anything else, at least specifically related to this matter. Though I greatly take in your words of wisdom. Sorry, the stress seems to be getting to me. Concluding that, then, all that I have left to ask of you then would be can we get a lab for our other party member, Gloria? She's an alchemist, and I'd like to get her a lab here that she can use freely.
She could use the cellars. They're not specifically set up to be a laboratory. Or there is the head advisor's office. It's maybe not perfect, but it would serve the purpose.
I have to stop by the head advisor's office anyways. I'd like to double check and make sure there aren't any traps or anything excruciatingly harmful to her before making that decision. That wouldn't be bad. If that ends up not being viable, we can always say the cellars and then just let her have reign to make it as useful to her as possible. Does that sound alright?
That would be up to you if it sounds alright. You are...
But I'm asking for your opinion. If I wanted to rule this country, I'd go and sit my ass on that throne right now.
Then, in my opinion, yes. I believe that to be a good idea.
Thank you.
Investigate the offices and then present the other option as an in case.
How is the changeling doing?
He's well, shaken, but well.
I've already partly discussed it with my party, but I have come to realize my faults, and due to the stressful environment that I was currently in when meeting them, I would like to formally apologize to them if they would allow it, but I also understand if they would not like to see me, as I will be bringing my party with me. Barrack, whom they seem to have gotten along well with, will be able to speak with them. So if I can
Right.
offer nothing more than beyond my apology, then that'll be fine. I also plan on rewarding them once my suspicions of their connection with the former head advisor have been cleared. Also a way to apologize for my insensitiveness and demeanor towards them at the time. So I would like to go see them after this. If you're not busy, you're free to join us, but obviously you do have your duties. I will just make my way back to the rest of my party to gather them, and then we will be heading there.
I will need to remain here. I do need to watch the temple still, but I send you with a blessing.
And Val will cross his arms across his chest and bow to receive the blessing.
And a light warms in her hand and places it on your head, Val, and on your shoulder, Mara. And you both feel like you each will actually have a inspiration dice. So enjoy that.
Whoa!
Woo!
Finally, inspiration.
Right?
Yeah, I remembered it was a thing. Hey, there you go.
Fire.
But yeah, with that, there is one additional thing he will actually ask of the priestess. Would be to look into Tiamat's son and bring any records that she can think of that we have access to his room when she has the time. There's no immediate rush for it. Just sometime before we preferably leave the capital altogether. And as there is no current date on that, probably sooner rather than later would be better.
Okay, well, what was that request one more time for me's sake?
That's fine. It is a request for any documentation of Tiamat's son that the kingdom currently has.
She nods. I'm not certain I will be able to find such, but I, at least for you, will try. I will try my very best.
That is all I could ever ask for. I will never make demands of you that I know that could not be fulfilled to some capacity. But with that, we will take our leave to meet with the changeling. And I hope to see you again, if the Stalos allows it. And he will bow once again to the priestess and turn to Mara and give a nod of acknowledgement of we're leaving and head out.
Oh, and she also does like a quick little bow and she follows out.
I know you said specifically the head priestess was there. Was the head of the guard there by chance?
He was there. He's just mostly standing off in the background.
The important thing was that he heard the information. That was all I cared about. I did not want to recite that twice.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Val would have gladly recited it twice. Me could not do recite twice.
Understandable.
Alright, Lana. Your field now.
Okay, so you guys are heading next to the Changeling, is that right?
Val's room to pick up Barrick and Gideon first. Then the
Okay.
Changeling.
So then, Barrick, get in. You hear the door kind of jimmying around, and I'm like, oh hey, that's probably Dieta too.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know who else would have the audacity to just walk into his room.
I mean, you'd be surprised. It's like you say that. You say
I mean,
that.
yeah, I literally have 5 people here, or 4 other people here that literally say otherwise.
Yeah.
You guys fucking knocking? Nah, what the fuck's a knock?
It's a spell that opens doors and non-magical locks. Hey!
I need to get you a soundboard.
Yep.
I assume that's us walking in then.
Yep.
Hey
To
guys.
a somewhat distressed-looking Gideon.
Hi, we're back.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Hi.
Was the soup bad or was the list just bigger than you thought it was?
Neither.
Well,
But
that
we-
just makes me more concerned.
2 of us had a private talk and about something that Gideon was concerned about.
Ah. And I take it we are not privy to that information at this point in time.
No. It's like, as of right now, no. I mean,
Val holds up his hand. I understand. You
yeah.
know my policy on things.
Yeah.
At least you
Mm.
should. If you don't, then I'm gonna have to start screaming it like some sort of catchphrase.
Yeah. And that's why I told Gideon, hey, the conversation we had will stay between the 2 of us unless, he so chooses to share it, or allows me permission to share it.
Understandable.
Yep.
So long as it doesn't interfere with his with the things he needs to get done, and so long as he gets a good sleep and eats right, I don't really care. Once it becomes a problem, I'm gonna push you a little bit.
Honestly, I think it might.
Well, get it under control before then. I'll allow you that courtesy. I'm not a monster.
I can't control that. I can tell you. I can tell it. I'm not sure if Derek knows, so you 2 might as well know, but I think if I keep it secret for any longer, I just won't kill either of you, and Derek knows, so might as well. Close the door, please.
Val closes the door.
Unless you want to explain, Barrick.
I'll do it as you if you want me to.
I don't know why I said that. I
Easier
need
for you.
to.
Is this actually okay to talk about? Because you seem to be under extreme duress about this.
If I don't say it right now, it might affect us later.
Down the line, yeah.
You'd all deserve to know. You
Alright.
remember how I act when I was drawing those cards?
To some degree, usually. I don't pay super close attention.
Well, okay. So when I was drawing those cards to try and help Gloria, I think one of the cards did something really, r- really bad. It won't affect either of you, but definitely gonna bother me. So I think one of the cards made me haunted. My wife. So yeah, I'm sorry.
Why the hell are you apologizing for?
Because
You
it, sometimes he talks to me, and I get distracted, and it made me being haunted made me draw more of those cards. Which I was just so wanted to bring her back, and well, you know how that went.
So, let me get this straight. This looks to Barrick, would it be right to call it a spirit, a ghost?
There's a
Like-
ghost.
Yeah.
Okay. So this ghost of your dead wife, which honestly still surprised about the fact that you were married, is currently haunting you, and she wants you to bring her back to life, if I've heard that correctly?
No.
No? Okay, I misheard that then.
I don't think so. I think she wants me to. I think she wants me to. I'm not sure.
At least
She wants
from
me
what
to
I
let things be. She wants
Yeah.
me to. Anything, I think she wants me to move on from her, but she also said a lot of other stuff that kind of scary.
if it's
Apparently I
alright with you.
forgot something.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like if like wanted me to say something, it's like from what you did tell me about it and from what like the one thing I have heard, it does seem like they wanted you to remember something.
Remember
She,
what?
she heavily. She. She heavily implied I'm not a dragonborn or something like that. She heavily implied that I don't know what I am.
So, you have to find out what you are for her to stop haunting you?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if she wants me to move on, if she wants me to remember everything I've forgotten. I'm, I'm sorry. This
No,
more
just there's
stuff you
nothing
have
to
to all have to worry
apologize
about.
for. You understood there were risks to pulling those cards. You forgive me for sounding like an absolute prick right now, but this is a monster of your own making, more or less.
Yeah. Don't don't call
This
her
is
a
why I
monster.
gave
Call her-
Barrick the cards to handle, so this kind of thing could be limited. I guess we should count our lucky ducks for the fact that it's only this.
Please don't call her anything like a monster. Her name is Amy.
I didn't call her a monster. I
You
called
called
the
it a monster in my
situation. I called the situation that you're in a monster, not her.
Yeah.
She is who she is, or I assume she is, unless Barrett correct me if I'm wrong about this. And she's just a spirit floating around. She's not that different from a fae. She's just attached to you, rather than nature or anything else. The situation you've created is a monster. Two separate entities, not the same thing. That being said, though, can you sleep fine? Will you eat fine? And can you focus still for the majority of the task, or are we going to have to worry about you?
I'm not sure. I haven't slept yet. I don't know how that will work.
Then let's reconvene on this issue at a later date. As there's not anything I think we can currently do about it. Unless Barrick, and I assume that you would have come up with an idea in the time that we've been gone to come up with a solution if there was one.
Yeah, and I can't think of a solution offhand right now. Something I did tell Gideon that I would look into. I was willing to look into some more information surrounding, similar situations to see if there's, ways to kind of like ease the burden a bit.
Right. I told you a few days ago, you have access to the Palace Library as well as anything that I personally have kept here. Use it to your disposal while we are here to use it at your disposal, because once we leave here, we don't know when we'll be able to return.
Yeah.
Although, with the staff, we could return potentially more often than I think, but I would like to use that staff very limitedly, as it does only have so many charges, and Mara is the only person who can actually utilize it.
Or at least utilize it effectively.
Well, effectively or not, if any of us try to use it, we take extreme amount of pain from trying it, even touching it.
Oh, we made the list.
Ah, good. We will, obviously hold on to that. We'll be dealing with that here shortly. Mara and I were just on our way to go see the Changeling. Val looks mildly nervously to Mara. As he doesn't know whether or not it's okay to bring up their conversation that they had together. I don't know if Mara is able to pick up on that cue.
No. Nah.
What? Cues? What are those?
You mean the letter?
Val will just probably end up sighing very heavily to that once realizing that Mara has absolutely no idea that he is trying to signify something.
Just like immediate, just whoosh.
Yep, just. So basically, he'll just turn to Mara and ask her, Mara, do you want to tell them about our conversation, or would you prefer to keep that just between you and I right now?
Oh, excuse me.
Huh? Oh,
Don't feel pressured just because I'm asking. It is kind of important, or I think it is at least, that our friends should know. But it is something that relates to you specifically, and I'm grateful that you shared it with me, but it is up to you if you wish to share it with the rest of us.
Let's keep it to ourselves for now.
Alright. Obviously you guys can infringe from that conversation that we have something to tell you, but Mara doesn't wish to tell you as of right now. So,
yep.
We'll leave it for later for when she is ready. Hopefully, the information will be revealed before it has to be revealed. Other than that, I've already informed the head guard and head priestess of the situation concerning the council, what we discussed with Lord Varro, and our current plans with getting new council members and how to deal with House Perry.
But did they have any recommendations?
They did. The head priestess gave me a recommendation of potential council members, as well as actually a way for us to maybe get in and stall House Perry for a bit. And Barrick, that'll revolve around you and your order.
Alright.
We'll probably have to go and ask the head priestess maybe for some more details, but for now, that is something that we can possibly have at our disposal. I would still like to go talk to Lord and Lady Fandalen to get another opinion as well, but that is something we at least have in our hand to utilize.
Yep.
As far as council members go, as we don't want to warily spread news that we are rapidly trying to rebuild the council, as currently their status is still unknown to more or less everybody. The head priestess had suggested on bringing in orc and human more or less ambassadors as a temporary position, with a lead ambassador among the two that I had suggested.
Yeah.
So 2 orc ambassadors and 2 human ambassadors, with 1 lead ambassador between them, as to help with council matters as for an outside opinion. As an outside perspective can be quite enlightening.
I'm not sure, like how much further, because it would be a little suspicious to ask all of the other races, that have.
It doesn't make sense to ask all the other races, but the orc and humans are someone that the elves consistently have to deal with and are frequently here. So it makes sense to have ambassadors from their respective nations to be on the council network. As ambassadors, I'll make this probably more clear at a later date. But until they're official council members, they'll unfortunately be only privy to only certain information, probably more regarding along the lines of trade and such rather than private city matters. Not that they'll be fully excluded, and I don't want to keep that pretense up forever, but it'll be good for at least temporary.
Yeah, at least kind of like that transition period, as
Exactly.
as it comes out that that hey, the whole situation regarding the council.
Mm-hmm. There's also less likelihood that the orc and human ambassadors will probably have ties to House Perry, but we'll unfortunately have to wait and see about that. As House Perry being the house that it is, there's no way to say that they probably don't have some form of meddling with them. Other than that, I think that's at least nudging the ball into starting its role. I want to go see the Changeling to offer my apologies as well as an award, or well, not an award, but not only a verbal apology but a physical apology as well. Yes, Gideon?
I don't think we actually discussed, or I don't think me and Barrick actually ordered it by most important. I think we just ordered everything by location. But I think we should probably, whenever we begin to do this, I think we should probably start with where the bandits were, because that seems to have the most stuff. unless we want to be quick about it with Taste, going to facility and wherever around that area is probably the best bet. But going to what was the bandits place called again? Iron Brooks?
That's
Right,
the town which the bandit camp is nearby.
So remember, Iron Brooks has the bandit camp and the lake with the mermaids. And to my remember, that's the only important places of importance there. And the facility is like somewhere else.
Mhm.
And the facility specifically is somewhere around the Sleepy Town, right?
No. The facility is around an entirely different town.
Right. So I don't think we ever been to that specific town. We just sort of rode over to the facility.
Yeah. That sounds like a pretty solid plan. It sounds like what was the name of the town? Iron Brooks.
Yeah, that's the bandit camp, which none of us. I think if it'll be with you and Barrick, we would have a much better and thorough investigation, since that's where we got the crystal from the kingdom at. And very likely that it has some of your other kingdom stuff in it too.
I wouldn't be
Assuming
terribly
the guards
surprised to
haven't
find
cleaned
that.
it up.
I wouldn't be terribly surprised to find my kingdom's belongings all over the world at this rate. I'm sure we'll be constantly running into stuff. But it sounds like Ironbrook's town's area at least has a majority of the things you guys wanted to get done there. So it's as good a place to start as any. And then considering everything else that you said, definitely moves it up the list. I would say considerably. So I think it's a good idea that we should probably head there first after leaving here.
Right. We would do all this after. Will we do it before or after talking to the Venture Guild place, for Nolan?
That would be after, because you're talking about going across the world. We're not gonna go across the world just to come back across the world to talk.
That's fair enough. Oh, actually, there is stuff we can do in this kingdom specifically. So, and I think probably most important, at least right now, is probably checking out those Timberwolves places, whatever is closest, to see if it has anything to do with the Vipers. Because the attack happened like what? When?
I honestly have been too stressed to keep track.
Well, assuming it hasn't been too long, it's been like a few days or whatnot, I don't think the Vipers could have went too far. If they just so happened to be at a bandit camp, well, that's really useful for us.
Well, even if they're at a bandit camp, they're probably not going to be leaving very fast either.
Well, yeah, but it'd be good to know if they are there and see if they're working with the Timberwolves or not.
Well, yeah.
We have the map of where of those are at.
Let's wrap things up here in the city, as we don't have too many more things we have to do. I did actually forget something. I have Gloria a lab that we can set up for her.
That's really good.
But she has two options. She has two options, and we have to go and investigate the one option to make sure that it is safe for her to use. I don't want any surprises. Not again. So option one, which in lines with something that we already have to do anyways, which is we have to go find the former head, or we have to go and investigate the former head advisor's office.
God. Do I tell Gloria? I should, right?
It would be rude to hide it from her.
Right, but how do I just...
It would.
Right. How do I even begin to explain that to her?
Only you have the words to figure that out.
Oh.
Continuing on. So once we check out the former head advisor's office, we're going to be doing one of two. We're going to be doing two things at the bare minimum while we're there. First off, just a general inspection just to see what else he's been hiding up in there. I'm sure there has to be something. And while doing that, we'll be also looking for any dangerous objects that would be harmful for Gloria or anyone else to be entering into that room with, their existence being there. If we
Right.
find anything along those lines of the latter, um, given what they are, we will have to deal with them appropriately, but the general consensus, I believe, should be that I will take them to the Royal Vault and place them in there in proper containment boxes. Hopefully I'll be able to find some lying around.
Right. Question.
Yes.
Do we return the stuff we got from the vault to the vault? So we do that? And when do we check out the library?
No. I think
No to what?
you asked two questions. I'm answering them in order.
Alright.
No. And I'm validating it on the fact that if Mother and Father were conscious right now, they would have given it to us in order to fulfill our mission.
Alright.
On that note, until I have my exile fully revoked, anything else here henceforth that we remove from that vault is on loan until my exile is revoked. Sound fair?
Right. So, wait, does that mean we can still, like, check out the vault and stuff, or?
Yes. We'll be able to
Alright.
utilize the vault to our full extent.
Here, I have an idea, a small idea. Okay. What if we try to find something in the vault that can help dispel or reveal the secret place in the library?
There may be something in there, but who knows how long it'll take for us to find.
I mean, it'd probably it'd be easier to find one object that could reveal a secret than, trying to brute force our way into a secret area.
Well, we also haven't fully looked at the situation given the head advisor's secret area, or the secret library. So,
Right.
we can always evaluate the situation and then go to the vault afterwards if we have to.
Right.
For once, right now, we're not racing against the clock too harshly.
I'm actually really curious. So, when we were in the vault, what did everyone get? I got, like, gloves, and that's more or less it. I can heal a bit better.
Out of character, we got various things. Mara, for instance, got the staff. She also got the book.
So you got gloves, right? Or like
Yeah, I
bags
got
and stuff?
gauntlets
Yeah,
and the
and
gravity
the
ring.
ring.
Yeah, we each got what? It was like 2 or 3 items, right, Lana?
Two
Two
items
items
each.
each.
2 items each. Okay.
I wonder if Val got like a thing of dice, I think, or like
Yeah, I
some
got a
weird
thing of-
snake bag.
I got a thing of wooden dice with a snake emblem on the bag, I believe.
And Val and Diddy got the gloves and like Val's child toys, which were in this extremely magical vault for some reason.
I forgot about that.
Yep, he Diddy just carrying that around.
Not gonna lie, a little awkward, but you know what? Val hasn't noticed yet, so you're
Diddy
good, man.
Diddy intended to hand it back to Val, but he's been like super distracted.
Yeah,
Understandable.
yeah.
Yeah.
That being said, going back to roleplay, so once we get the head advisor's office figured out, if it is suitable for Gloria and Gloria doesn't mind using it, which she would have access to any materials that he left behind, so she can use that as a lab, or she can be given a cellar to make her own lab to her own discretion. She is more than willing to decide between the two, but I do want to perform a proper investigation of the former head advisor's area first before promising her that. As if we deem it too dangerous for her to utilize, which, sitting here thinking about it, she's honestly probably more powerful than any of us right now, so I don't even know why I'm that super concerned, but you never know.
I mean, considering
Look,
who we're talking
Val is
about.
concerned for the greater succubus that could totally kick his ass right now, with, like, hands down, no problem. It shows how much he still cares.
He's a good boy. That's what we love about him. He's a good boy.
I'm just picturing, like, the hand of God coming down and just patting his head, and he just swats at it like a cat. So anyways, once that is cleared up, she's more than free to choose whatever decision she wishes to make, utilizing that office or turning a cellar into her lab, and she'll have access to that. After we get that done, if not before we do that, I don't know which particular way I want to do this, since I don't know how long which either or is going to take. I want to make our way to Lady Varro's place and fulfill Lord Varro's last wishes. Shouldn't be long, hopefully. And then we'll head to Lord and Lady Thundalin's residence after that. Again, if my memory serves me correct, unless they have moved since then, they should be relatively a short walk between one another, as they both live in the same district.
Indeed.
I think you all probably know, but fair warning, I will be a lot worse during the day. Like, specifically in sunlight, as you guys probably guessed by now.
I mean, yeah, especially after not seeing you for Check's wrist for an imaginary, watch for 5 days with Gloria.
Yeah, I became a vampire, obviously, so...
Did your wrestling give you sensitive skin?
No, I'm a vampire, Mara.
And I'm dead.
Golly.
I wish we had...
Did your wrestling give you sensitive skin? Oh, good heavens.
I really wish we had all the odds from the start of this, so we could, like, at the end of this, like, this whole thing, session, tally up how many times did Lana die.
And then just have like one like a final just call and just be like, all right, so here's the first instance of Lana dying.
Mm-hmm.
And then just go through and count how many.
I just would enjoy a tally system, like, at the end. Like, at the end of the whole campaign, like, we have, instead of having, like, just a credit screen, we just get a credit screen that's really short because it would only be, like, the 5 of us. And then it's, like, random, like, tally marks or numbers for random shit. Like, how many times did Lana die? 265. How many times did Gideon threaten to, hit Val in the face? How many times did Val retort? How many times did Val require a pension?
Didn't you threaten to hit Val? Oh, I think he did it at least once, but...
Yeah, it was at least a couple of times. Up until Val turned into a giant fucking plant monster.
Oh yeah, because Diddy got really angry at Val wanting to commit like self-sacrifice.
Yep.
It's
Anyways, moving
like,
on.
yeah, it's like, yeah. It's
Sorry.
definitely one of
I
those
didn't
things
mean
where
to
it's
cut
like, the tie besides Mara is like, how many memorable comments Mara made.
Oh, and then we would have to have a thing right at the end, like the top 5 most memorable comments.
Oh, that'd be great.
Oh my god, that would be so great. Guys, we need to get popular. Damn it! I know there is an editor out there somewhere who would fulfill our dreams.
Somewhere, somehow, the possibility exists.
Yeah. Another reality, right?
I don't know. You never know. It could happen. It could happen.
Okay. With that said, do we want to go to the head advisor's office is here in the palace, right?
Yep.
Okay. So it probably makes sense to go there first and then hit up Lady Varro's place. Oh, okay. So yeah, we'll go up to the head advisor's, the former head advisor's office, and go see what we could do about that situation before we head out.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Also, I am playing on the assumption that Gloria was just in the room chilling.
As far as I know, she's in Gideon her room, just sort of recovering.
Okay.
A necessary thing after.
Yep.
5 days.
Yep.
5 days.
After 5 days. Almost a week. You're 2 days shy of it.
Yep. Thankfully, no lasting situations yet.
Yeah. Whoa! we got a vampire
Yeah, I was
dragonborn
about
now,
to say.
so
Yeah, well, that's
That's
one
pretty
lasting. One lasting. It's just the other lasting that
we'll be
the potential of someone having a child.
There's midwives here. They'll be fine. Anyways. So yeah, we're gonna go head to the former head advisor's office and see what we can do about that situation. Unless anyone has objections.
Yeah, let's just do it.
Alright. And Val will make way to leave.
Okay. As you look through the castle, you find his office relatively easily. You end up remembering, oh, it's right through here, through there, up this stairwell, and then it's here, as you are walking through the halls. And when you enter, it reminds you of what you might imagine a wizard of such prestige would have as an office. There's walls of bookshelves, arcane devices, a desk with paperwork, books, magic devices, so on. Oh, do we want to wait for Mara to come back?
Honestly, I really can't imagine a wizard place as anything more than like this clustered room, haphazardly thrown together.
I'm good for waiting for Mara to come back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same. So.
Yeah. So
Same.
we just sit here and relax for a moment.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
you're back
just
already?
chilling.
Oh no, that was Lana who talked. Okay, I confused.
Hi,
Diamond and Lana.
this is my voice. How do you do?
I haven't heard Diamond talk too much. Okay, they've been quiet all session.
I mean, to be
He
fair,
said he was kind of low energy, so
yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not shitting on him for it. I'm just saying.
Alright, let's reminder when we get to telling Gloria where the place is, not look at her.
Right. Yep.
don't fall
can't do
prey to the horny.
What? Gideon. Since Gideon is more or less, like, affected by that whole vampirism, true love thing, is he not. Is he immune to that or not?
Not because of the vampirism. No. It's because, for all intents and purposes,
Uh-oh.
you and her husband.
Alright.
It's like, ooh. It's like, that's a commitment and a half right there.
Yeah, Gloria more or less killed him and brought him back to, vampirism.
How badly
Yeah.
did you fuck up during, your fun time? Yeah, I died and then was resurrected as an entirely different thing.
I went from normal Dragonborn to a vampire Dragonborn.
There's definitely some kind of a story there that somebody would ask about.
We got Barrack for this shit. We're good.
Oh god, I'm just imagining if we operated by like normal Dragonborn rules. Imagine just getting bitten down by a fucking dragon maw.
Ow.
Ah,
Yeah.
I forgot I had to do that.
At that point, it's not just like fang, just like chomp.
I have to edit the Dragonborn sheet for Draconia, and I'm not looking forward to that.
Fun.
To be technical, there are 3 variants of Dragonborn you can play as in Draconia.
Ah.
They operate more like tieflings to an extent. Welcome back. We were waiting for you.
Oh, good.
Very glad to have you back.
We literally entered his office, saw that you said BRB, and then we were like, okay, we'll wait.
Okay.
Yeah, we schemed and plotted. Against Mara specifically, don't worry.
Oh god. Do I need to roll initiative?
Yes.
Yes, roll initiative against yourself.
Oh fuck.
How to give a player anxiety in 3 seconds.
Tell them that a 3-headed dragon shows up and that one of the heads is Tiamat's son. They leave the chat.
Yeah, while they're walking around, just ask them to roll perceptive, and then don't say anything afterwards.
Oh, expect a lot of that from me.
Oh,
Have
I
I
love
done
that.
that already?
Yeah, I will literally have you guys be making open rolls, and I won't tell you what they're for.
Oh god. I'd have to get my doctor to prescribe me for anxiety medication.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you there, Diamond.
Nah, it's like it's good. It's good. I'm just yeah.
You are looking at like the most generalized wizard's office that you can imagine. books, tomes, magical stuff, like a globe in one corner, that kind of a thing. Nothing immediately jumps out at you. So if you want to find anything, you guys will have to either give me something that you want to look for, or just give me a straight investigation.
I'll straight investigate. I don't know why I'm taking charge of roll with, my one level of exhaustion disadvantage on everything.
Val will probably be searching the room for any traps or dangerous items. I don't know how you want to do that, because that feels like two separate roles.
I like 12 on my straight investigation.
We'll say that that is a perception roll, because you're trying to perceive any traps around the area, try and see any of their mechanisms, notice anything that stands out. So I'll have that be perception for you there.
Okay.
This would be
Barrick, do you want to look for magic traps?
I was just about to say that I was gonna cast detect magic.
Ooh, look at that! Great minds think alike. I figured since, because Val also has detect magic, but since I'm having him look for physical things, I figured it'd be better to have you look for magical ones instead.
You know what? I might as well add on to that, and I would like to cast or use my detect good and evil. Well, divine sense. My bad.
Okay. What will you be doing with your divine sense specifically?
The only thing it can do, sense good or evil.
Does really divine sense do nothing else? It just detects good and evil?
No, divine sense tells you if there is any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet, and you know the type.
Oh, okay. You said perception for me, right, Lana?
Oh, and you know if any place or object has been, like, consecrated or desecrated. Like, you know if something's unholy or holy.
Uh, 22 for that perception.
Okay, what you notice upon, like, opening the door, even, is basically just a little, like, a very slightly raised line underneath, a carpet which blankets the whole of the floor. He was a rather fancy guy. He liked comfort for the flooring instead of having just the raw wood underneath. And as you kind of like stop everyone and you reach for a corner of the room and you pick it up and you kind of peer under there, you notice that there is a little tripwire. It appears that it's not sprung from the weight of the carpet, but anything more than that would cause it to be disturbed.
What if the release of the carpet, would the less tension also cause it to trigger?
It doesn't seem to do anything.
Okay, so Val will just move the carpet off of it entirely and go to disarm it.
You're only able to remove like one little tiny corner. It's enough that you can expose some of it, but not enough to see where it goes into the wall or where it goes to the other end, because there's too many other things on the carpet to get much more than that. So you could cut up some of the carpet if you wished.
Oh yeah,
but you'd have to work at it.
I don't give a shit about this guy's fucking rug. Cut it up!
Fuck your rug.
Actually, wait a minute. Before I fuck this rug up, it's not a magical item, right?
Nope.
Okay.
As actually speaking of magic, as for you, Barrick, you cast detect magic, and pray,
oh, Jesus
ow, oh.
Right.
Just everything. Everything glows.
You see Barrick like screw his eyes shut and kind of like, oh. Like, hands instinctively in front of eyes.
Just be like, immediately just turns out like what, like goes back out the door and be like, "Tell me when you guys need me, cause ow." I'm saying I'm willing to come in. It's just
Is there a more refined version of detect magic?
Unfortunately,
Detect
I
magic
do
tell
not
you what
think
type it is?
so.
yeah. I mean, detect magic also gives me the type of magic. It's just
Um,
with so much of it that it's like, oh my god, what do I focus on first?
I
Yeah, you
mean,
have to see.
the type of magic is yes.
Yes. Yes, it is magic.
I'm assuming Gideon, since the way it's worded, would be able to point out, oh yeah, that's magic, that's magic, that's magic.
Yeah.
For the whole aura thing. Is that like the entire room just glowing?
Pretty much.
Oh, the entire thing's magical, alright.
It's a wizard's office.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's more likely that Barrick would point out the stuff that's not magical.
assuming that the other thing isn't fucking blinding him to, see it.
Yeah.
With that being said, detect magic's not going to help us finding traps then if you're just seeing fucking everything. So careful what you touch, and pray to Thestalos you don't set a trap. Or whatever god you believe in.
Yeah. It's like I'm willing to identify stuff with, like the detect magic is up. It's just be careful with what you do touch
Couldn't
and
you
try and bring to like the
dispel
edge of the room.
magic on whatever's closest? Let's go all around dispelling magic. I would, but sorta make you take a nap before I
I
get all
don't
that back.
believe you have the spell slots to be able to do that on everything.
Yeah,
No.
and Gideon can't even access any of his like higher up stuff because yeah, he leveled up, but he didn't take the wrong lessons at the slots or whatever.
Dumb question.
What?
Would the succubus be able to help?
Can I ask her?
Yeah. Why don't somebody go get Gloria and see if...
I could.
Okay. I'll finish disarming this trap and taking my anger out on this rug.
What did Gideon's divine sense pick up?
Nothing in particular.
Nothing?
Nope.
Not even an undead.
I mean, there's no reason you would detect yourself.
Yeah, you can't...
I was talking about the ghosts.
Oh.
Huh.
Ghost?
Huh.
Might not-
Starting to awfully sound like not a fucking ghost.
Yeah, it sounds... Okay, so... Oh god. What the... Oh, what the hell is Amy? Not a ghost, according to divine sins, or not undead, but it's picked up by magic. Huh.
Yeah, the
Okay.
fact that
It's sounding more like an illusion magic that's supposed to make you think it's your wife.
Well, I mean, it knows a lot about Gideon. I will say
It's
that simply.
Pulling that knowledge from your own memories.
Fair. Plus, when okay, this is all out of character, obviously. And when Barrett saw it, it was specifically the outline of a person. If it was just an illusion, it would have no reason to be a person. Especially when it's specifically when Gideon can't see it or see her.
Does seeing a shadow from around a corner make it a person?
This is a lot more than a shadow. It's like, I don't know how much detail is on the spirit, though.
Concept, Gideon. Concept. Stabbing the
Yeah,
floor, still disarming the trap and taking anger out.
Yeah, because the biggest thing is like the fact that Barrack's able to, was able to pick it up with detect magic, but also at the same time, like
An illusion is magic, though.
Yeah.
How is this any different?
Wouldn't? Okay.
you would have
What did
wait, you
Barrack
would have
use?
If
Yeah,
it's not
Barrack
an
would
undead and
pick
it's
up
being
the
picked
pipe.
up by magic, it sounds like an illusion feeding off of Gideon's memories. I'm just
If
saying,
it
I'm
was
not
an
a magic
illusion,
guy.
wouldn't Barrack pick that up from the whole?
Yeah,
You
Barrack
know
would have.
what type of sword it is?
Yeah. Was there any like school associated with?
No.
No. Yeah. No. Because Barrack
You
would have
just-
told Gideon about it, like if there was.
Yeah,
And it's not the
if-
School of Illusion. It's another
Yeah.
one. It's something else. School of
I mean-
Necromancy didn't come up
Well, in
either,
that case,
so...
he would
Well,
pick that.
it was more
it was-
the fact that Barrack picked it up via detect magic, but there was no school of magic associated with it.
Look, it's sounding more
Meaning it-
suspicious to me by the second here, guys. You're not doing good to argue your case. Honestly, I was willing to give you the benefit of the doubt that, yeah, it's your dead wife's spirit attached to you, but honestly, it's sounding more and more like this is something that's feeding off of your mind to make you believe that you're looking at your wife. I'm just saying. Have I disarmed this damn trap yet? Because I can't imagine Val holding this conversation for very long while just hacking at a floor.
I mean, I personally was assuming this conversation was like completely out of character.
Yeah, because
Gideon
Gideon
would be a lot
would've
more panicked about it.
Oh, and also
Oh,
Gideon.
bro, I
left
was doing
Gid-
this all as Val. So,
Yeah, I was doing
if
it out of
we're not
character.
having it in character, then Val's just been hacking out a floor in silence.
Yeah, because if it was in character, Gideon would be like more panic sounding. He'd be like, "What the fuck?"
I was kind of like, I was having my suspicions at the end, considering that you weren't like Gideon wasn't getting mad at Val for making these accusations.
Yeah.
No,
So I'm gonna
thanks,
go
like-
back to character. Hold on. Okay. You just see Gideon's face, like sort of pause for a moment. Then he just sort of frowns, looks around. Wait, what? Not. Huh? Wouldn't I sense her? Wouldn't I notice he's here?
What's up, Giddy?
Well,
I can sense undead, and if she's a ghost, I would be able to sense her, right? Assuming she's still with me. I don't think she would just leave. Would she just leave?
it's concerning the fact that I could pick something, like back in in Val's room, the fact that I could pick it up off of you, Gideon, the fact that there was something surrounding you, and
Is
from
she,
what I
is she
could
still with
tell,
me?
there was no school of magic attached to it. The only thing I could think of is that it's potentially something related to the magic of the cards. But at the same time, there's definitely gonna be
What?
some stuff I'm gonna have to look into.
Is she still with me? Can you still see her wrapped around me or whatever?
Step out of the room and yes, and I can confirm that. The room is too bright for me to.
One of us left.
Yeah.
She can't leave again.
Are you stepping out of the room, Gideon, to confirm
yeah.
with Barrack?
I was assuming that. All right. Yeah, I was assuming Gideon wasn't in the. I doubt. I was
Like
assuming
either
they
you were
weren't in the
near the
room.
doorway or maybe just inside of it.
Yeah, Gideon was that way.
So yes, Barrack, you see the outline of a ghostly one.
And Gideon can't sense her by divine sense.
Correct.
Right. now that you're out of the doorway and I'm not dealing with the former head office hit the room, I could I could still see like the ghost, like the figure of like what looks to be like a woman.
What can I sense her? What? Is my face not strong enough? What? If she's a ghost, I would know that. I would know it's. Okay. I just need to go get. I just need to go get Gloria.
Well, I've disarmed the trap,
Alright.
so it's safe to...
I'm sorry. I'm just imagining Val just like wordlessly working on the trap while hearing Gideon freak the frick out in the background.
He's just come to accept it. He's just like, fuck this shit, I'm busy.
He's just so used to other characters freaking out. He just can't ignore it if he's busy.
Honestly, I think the only way Val would panic right now of someone panicking is if Barrick started panicking.
Yeah.
Barrick's the only one who hasn't really panicked. So if he
Yeah,
starts
no,
panicking, then it's like, shit!
Yeah, if Barrick flips out, you know it's serious.
Okay. I'll just donate Gloria.
Leave the
Oh,
portable
oh,
hole!
Okay. He just sort of throws it down.
Val,
Danny, run up it, Gloria.
while Gideon is doing that, Val will take those canisters of sleeping gas and just more or less secure them.
Roll
And-
me sleight of hand to be able to remove them.
Sure thing. Yikes. No, wait, is that bad? That'd be 12?
You remove one, but the second you disconnect it, you get a whiffle of the gas just spraying in your face as the seal on the canister is broken as you didn't quite jimmy it free carefully enough. So, make a con save.
Oh boy.
Actually, wait a minute.
Wait, elves can't sleep.
I'm immune to magical sleep. I don't know.
Yeah, so
how
elves don't
Lana
sleep at
wants to
all, right?
treat- Well, so Val doesn't sleep. Val meditates for 4 hours, and that constitutes as him sleeping,
Yeah,
the equivalent of a long rest. And he's immune to being put to
Magically put to sleep.
sleep. Magically put to sleep, yes. So,
and elves can sleep, they just do not need it.
yeah. So,
It's
you said
more
that was
so.
a con
Is
save?
this? It's more so.
And
Is
this
it?
is most
magic?
most specifically a chemical agent. I mean, it is an aerosolized chemical agent. Ain't no magic in there.
Nat 20!
Let's
Nice.
go!
It's a 22 in total, but it is a nat fucking 20.
You feel this stuff waft into your face. You're like, you have the presence of mind and the reaction to kind of point it back into the cubby in the wall that you'd pull it out of, and just sort of like your hand kind of releases it and it clatters down into there, and you just go and manage to sort of fall back and scramble away, and feel that wooziness in your head. You manage to shake it away.
That shit is not to be fucked with. That is down and out for a while.
I mean, considering whose office it was.
Yeah. I was hoping that we'd be able to take them with us to maybe utilize them, but I don't want to try and that again. Maybe Gloria will be able to do something with them.
Yeah. And I will say, I'm going to have to look more into the situation surrounding, like, Gideon's situation, because it's like the fact that he's not able to sense it.
I didn't mean to
Yeah.
upset him, but I'm sorry. It just sounds incredibly suspicious to me.
Yeah.
While
Like,
essentially talking to
What the? Oh,
Barrick,
my bad.
sorry.
Ah,
While talking to Barrick about this, Val is going to continue looking for any more additional traps. Probably focusing a lot on the desk area and anywhere that would be suspicious of possibly hiding something, such as like a false book or a false bust or something that could be a triggered item.
Go ahead and make me an investigation roll.
Sure.
I guess now is as good time as any to say that Mara is currently sitting on the desk. So, if there's anything there.
Well, hopefully there's nothing on top. This actually leads into the next thing for Val to say. Actually, let me make this roll because my brain won't be able to do two things at the same time. That was an investigation. I gotta roll. Okay. 14? Yes, 14.
You don't find anything.
Sus as fuck. But, alright.
So, Val, you're looking through the desk and everything. You kind of hear a clunk. You look up, and you could previously see Mara on top of the desk before, and you look up, and where'd you go?
Oh god.
God
oh.
damn it.
His marriage life is still in the doorway just because. Ow.
Well. Fuck. Fuck!
There's only one thing to do. Follow suit. Hop on the desk.
Val looks for whatever it was that triggered that noise that caused Mara to disappear.
You're looking at the desk, but you're kind of like still a bit clouded by the heck Mara just go. That nothing, like, you're just looking that little bit too quickly to be able to pick anything out.
Merrick!
It's like, Barrick, get your ass in here. Need your.
Merrick, turn off your fucking thing. It's not gonna be useful. You're just gonna be blinded.
Alright. I could always turn it back on later.
We're gonna just use your brain meats to fucking figure magical shit out in here, since detect magic's not gonna be useful.
Now, as long as the rest of you don't mind, I want to take Mara through what she's going to say here.
Oh god.
Ooh.
Oh god.
Bye, Mara.
Bye, Laura.
Bye.
Hi.
Hello. I'm scared.
Oh boy. So, what that was basically was effectively a check to see if you even noticed you sat on an activation switch.
Oh.
You happen to find yourself on an identical looking desk, although now you appear to be inside a still larger laboratory. It is one which appears to be vastly different in design. Metal walls, similar to the living metal of the facility which you have already visited, bookshelves of a science fiction look, panel lines. You've got glass, or actually, the closer you look at it, the more you determine that that is a force field protecting the books from any dust and contamination. There's technology on the floor, and in fact, as something detects your presence, lights turn on and illuminate the room. You see scientific apparatuses, the likes of which you have no idea as to the use for. And it seems alien in this room. Though next to you is something much more familiar, something much more recognizable. That appears to be a diary.
You're going to pick up the diary, just sort of look around a bit and be like, oh, no one's here to stop me. And she opens it up and starts reading.
The first entry is basically gloating. It's full of grand plans. Honestly, most of it doesn't even have real details in it. It's kind of him just fluffing himself up, ego stroking, and so on. You flip through and find a lot of the more recent entries appear to be that. You flip further and find some of the oldest entries. These have something interesting. In fact, the first entry in the book details this. I came to life suddenly. I was looking at myself, a mirror image. I had no clue what to do. I left. I cast a spell. I didn't realize I knew it, so immediately, and I teleported. Randomly, I appeared here. I will write again in a few days when I have determined just what is going on. The next entry is a few days later. I've figured out what I am. I am a product of magic cosmically beyond my understanding. I'm a diametrically opposed clone? Or a copy, maybe? I know my name, I know my history, I know parents I grew up with, but I believe everything opposite this original. I want to separate myself from the name that I had. Seriously, who names themselves? Who even keeps the name of Jugniv? That, honestly, fool's name. No, I'll take on something better, but I just have to pick something. I can use his position, though. I can use his position as teacher of that brat. I can force him out of the continent. I can take power. I can do so much. I'll write more later. And the entries following describe him integrating himself into the position of another. Find him describing how he has tricked everyone into believing he is this original. He keeps gloating, and then there's an entry where his tone seems to shift. And it reads thus. Today, something interesting happened. This machinery around me, this place I've called my secret home, I used to light it by candle, but it came alive. There were lights powered not by any magic I understand. It rose to life. There were strange force fields protecting the bookshelves now, and I could no more use the very things which I had made such important use of to hide my knowledge. And then there was a man. He promised me things and knowledge the likes of which I could never find on my own. Promises of being able to access the very stars themselves, of destructive powers beyond that of even magic, that were not governed or limited by the laws put in place by the goddess of magic. His name is Calvin. He says he has more of this technology. I'm dubious of this statement. I'll write again, and we'll see if the goods are real. And the next entry reads thus. I have found not only are his claims true, but these are weapons which could conquer worlds. He only needs someone of my intelligence to help him understand, to help him decipher. The language defies magical translation. I'll have to learn it myself. But it also defies access, even to deific beings. It seems as though it could require a sacrifice? I'm not sure that's correct, but it's my thesis for the moment. It will prove difficult to determine how to reactivate more of these pieces of technology, but for Lord Calvin, it will be my pleasure. In the meantime, he's given me more access, a means to trap the souls of the king and queen to functionally become the ruler. I'll have as much access as I want. I'll be able to use the kingdom as I please. So many plans unfold themselves before me. It's all thanks. It's all thanks to my original. He's so scared, he won't even come back to the continent now. Honestly, it's beautiful. I get someone to torture. I get someone to use as a pawn. His parents are now mine. And truly, life couldn't get any better. And it's after this that the entries begin to spiral ever more and more into that self-indulgence. What does Mara do with this information?
Ah. Hmm. Well. Oh. I can hear the dump truck pulling out of the station after that load it just dropped on me. Oh boy. Whew. Let's see. Okay. You know what? Mara's reaction is basically just gonna be mine. Just stares at it, just
Just like and other various panic noises.
Indeed.
Lovely. 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 Okay, shall we go back now?
Alright, sounds good.
Hailing back the obsidian.
Welcome back.
I don't like this. Is this where we're gonna have to call it for tonight? Leave it on a cliffhanger?
Lana, please.
So guys, I think I've had my fill of D&D tonight.
Please,
so,
please, no. No. Don't you dare.
So is that meaning that you want us to come rescue from that?
I.
Uh, well, until next time.
No! No! Val, you shut up. You shut up, Val.
I am currently hijacking the stream from our glorious streamer.
No.
Please give a round of applause for everyone here tonight, and we'll all see you 2 weeks from now. Good night, everybody!
No.
Immediate
So,
complaints
dear
from Mara.
Mara, what shall you be doing now that you've just had all that deliciously given to you?
Am I back in the room now, or?
I will say at this point you notice the mechanism that took you there. It stands out to you since you did inadvertently interact with it.
I press it immediately.
Val, where are you currently positioned?
With Barrick at the desk, panicking on what the fuck he did that sent Mara where.
You
Gideon
blink?
might be just entering the room with a Gloria in tow.
So Val, you blink, and there's something very warm and soft in your face.
Of course, I knew. I somehow knew that's where that was going.
Well,
Barrick just sees this and kind of just
and
like,
soft.
pulls Mara and Val apart.
Yeah, we'll say pillows to give you some mental
Okay.
context there.
Lots of embarrassing, flabbergasted fucking noises. Cats. Cat panic.
Yeah, but it's and other such sounds.
Yeah. And beet red elf boy.
First and foremost, Mara, are you okay?
The advisor is the wizard's clone. She just blurts out.
The
oh,
advisor. Hold on. I'm having a hard time facing reality again. Hold up, what?
And she just holds the diary out to Val. Just like, here.
Diamond, you have the distinct pleasure of describing the contents of the diary. Have at it.
Oh boy, okay. So, within...
You can surmise it as much as you want.
Yeah. So, within the diary, the earliest entries are talking about about the writer of the diary being a clone of someone named Jugnip, having all of his memories, but having the exact opposite beliefs, deciding that he wanted to split away from his original self, and that he was going to use, quote, that elf boy to get that and kick him out of his kingdom, and then it goes on to talk about meeting with Calvin, and Calvin promising to give him technology, including one that would be able to remove the souls of the king and the queen, before it just evolves into a spiral of self jacking himself off, essentially.
As the coming to of reality and the blood rush from Val's face finally starts to fucking fade, He is reading this diary. What was that name again, real quick?
Jugnip,
Okay.
the wizard.
And reading this, I imagine the part with, like, yeah, it would have bothered Val for sure to read the part that his exile was planned, but I like to think that Val probably already was under speculation that it was planned. So this just more or less confirmed it for him. But the fact that all of these actions were planned to the point of even killing his parents, I think would start to probably enrage him. So,
Oh, that's why Zuknik didn't want to be in the kingdom. I'm assuming, or didn't want to say.
Oh yeah, that was a part that was a part I missed. The diary specifically says that also.
So, Val, for you, it suddenly hits you. The first name that the wizard gave you so long ago was Elros. It occurs to you that the head advisor's first name is Elaros. And then it's almost like a flood of puzzle pieces, like watching a Tetris speedrunner, all the pieces locking into place so rapidly one after the other. The facial features, the way that they stand, the way that they hold themselves, the knowledge levels that both possess. The fact that Jugnip, as a man, stays so far away, sent random adventurers he only barely knew with an item to call him immediately, you specifically given some information and even a helping hand in a kingdom that he didn't want any part of. It all starts to fall into place. They're one and the same. Yet, the man that has been taunting you, there's a memory. At some point, it's like a drawbridge, locks closed, connecting parts of your mind which before weren't there. It's the fact that he used to be kind to you. There was a switch flipped. Barrick, this even occurs to you as he went to teach to some of the young clerics of knowledge before. You had met him once, and he was a very kind man. You met him a second time, and he seemed almost vindictive, an A-class dick.
It's like that immediate kind of want to like peer over the shoulder, Val's shoulder to look at the journal to see if there was like the pinpoint as to like roughly the time frame.
Val probably more or less throws that diary at you and then goes stomping out of the fucking room. It's a very fast-paced walk.
But I think Val's definitely angry about that, and rightfully so.
Should we go get him or?
It's probably safest to give him a moment to calm down. Because considering the information that was just dumped on him. But and I'm kind of just like taking the moment to look through the journal, like while, after, having it thrown at me. It's like some of the stuff. It's just like had a notification. Almost thought it was Lana for a moment. Um, some of the stuff. I'd have to. I like. I could pop. Considering who I follow and who I work for, it might take me some time to do it in a way that's has no dealing with, you know, Calvin. But like, if there's a way to potentially like reverse some of the stuff, of course, it'll take me time to, you know, figure out like where all this information is and how to be able to do it. But at the very least, though, we should. As much as I would say, you know, let's leave Val for a moment, at the same time, we should probably follow after him just so that he's not left alone.
Okay, I'll go watch him. And she sort of slides off the desk and goes after Belle.
It's getting. Are you? I'm assuming you're probably just in the room now. What? Wait. It's like, are you? It's like, it's getting here.
I don't know.
I had said Gideon probably was walking in just as Mara was appearing back, so I think it would be safe to say that Gideon is there.
It's up to Lana if he's able to get Gloria in that from that time.
I mean, you had to walk kind of slow, because walking for her isn't specifically a possibility. But yeah, you got there basically just in time to see Val stomping past with that, whoa, kind of aura.
And then probably like soon after.
By the way, Gideon would have seen. I don't know if Barrick or Mara would have seen. Gideon and Gloria for sure would have seen it. Val had the look of kill in his eyes. That man is out to go and destroy something.
Hey Gideon, should we stop? Should we stop him?
Yeah, probably.
I'd offer, here. And she casts haste on you, Gideon.
Alright, what does haste do?
Fast.
Yeah,
it's
it
the
like
most
doubled your
important thing.
speed or something, right?
Alright, I'll be back soon. And he zooms off to Val.
And probably with Mara, like following shortly behind, and then Barrick's just like, and then I'm just like, I don't want to sit in this room any longer. Fuck this room. Carefully walks out, considering the amount of traps that are likely in that room.
Poor Gloria just left to her lonesome.
And will probably start walking back and probably come across, like, close the room so that nobody else can get in it.
Wait, can I have a hand? Kind of, leaning on one crutch, leaving the other.
Yeah, I can help you. I'm just gonna make very sure that I don't nothing accidentally happens. And like, Gutenberg's gonna gonna try his best to, make sure he helps her out without, looking at her dead on. Because greater succubus is.
Just don't stare.
Yeah.
Difficult to do, but don't
Yeah.
stare.
At least not for long.
Yeah.
All right, now we are dangerously getting over session here, so I believe it is safe to call it.
Yep.
Here.
Yeah.
Now that everyone has had its truckload on them.
Like almost everyone had emotional damage done this session.
Woo! Eric was the only one saved. For now.
For now. Yeah.
For now.
Well, I hope you guys all enjoyed the session, and we will see you in 2 weeks. Oh yeah, that's another thing. We're switching to a bi-weekly schedule because we're doing something else every the other weeks. So, yeah. So, bi-weekly now. So see you in 2 weeks. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Take care.